As we go through this, we're going to give these kids a round of applause after all the shows. I know we're going to see some good quality. And we started out with an awesome set of AOB hogs. And we got some Poland gilts that are out here that kind of represent the specific division that I was very impressed with. I thought when these two hit the ring, as well as a couple of others that we sent back to the pen, I knew we were going to have a good show. And we're leading off with a really good one. The young lady in the blue shirt's going to be my class champion. This is a great built one. I mean, you don't see Poland gilts as densely built as this every day. That leads off for me. Maybe a little lower fronted than ideal, but at the same time, she gets out there and flexes off monster bones for this particular breed. She's got a good big foot with a flexible rear pastern. I'm in love with this gilt. I think she's an outstanding place to start our class today. The other Poland gilts, more maybe more along the lines of the particular breed and the way she's built in a couple places. Maybe just a little tighter in her hip and smaller in her bone work, but at the same time, she's skeletally extended, got a good crisp shape to the edge of her loin, really bulky looking. I like that one a good deal. She just probably needs to be a little sounder build all the way through. Really like this gilt coming out in third. Maybe as streamlined and feminine and cool looking up through her head and neck as we'd like to see in this Poland show. We had these three gilts out here, and at the end of the day, this one just started breaking down on us. And, you know, if she would have done this particular pose through the entire class, she would have had an opportunity to get around that gilt in second, but she just didn't want to get out there and keep her head up and show us her most attractive profile like I know she can do. Good things about that gilt, great head and neck, love the way she's built in her top line, outstanding female, just needs to be a little more show ready today. Like the Hereford-oriented gilt we got coming next. I mean, this is your classic Hereford gilt that we like to see, one that's really smooth bodied, one that's bold in their heart, like her forerib. This gilt gets out and goes relatively well. Maybe we could see her flex out of her rear too a little better. Like the muscle dimension, needs more shape up to her top side of her skeleton. Interesting Poland gilt coming out next. There's a lot of good in this one. She's really taken to the feed bucket for this young lady. We like the way that this one's built through her center body. She just doesn't really come together in her top line as ideal as I'd like to see. She's more Poland fronted, I guess you could call it. One that's a little shorter in her muzzle, a little deeper in her chest. I'd like to see that one just be more extended and taller fronted. Got a good gilt coming next, but another one that shows more of those typical Poland characteristics. The way she's a little shorter in her neck and lower in her shoulder set. Now, there's a lot of good things about this gilt and the way she's built in her top line. That one just needs to blend a little smoother all the way through, but a really good high-quality gilt for sixth place. Give these kids a nice round of applause. It's been a great way to start the Poland show.
Here are the results from the AOB Class 1. In first place, Ashlyn Summers. In second place is also Ashlyn Summers. Third place, Danny Hilton. Fourth place, Bethany Humphreys. Fifth place, Ellis Baleen. And sixth place, Miller Beam. That's the Class 1 AOB. We are currently showing Class 2 AOBs, and once we're done with that, we will then go on to Champion AOB. Folks, if you're needing any sort of supplies for today, be sure to check out the Sullivan Supply trailer behind the show ring here. We'd also like to thank Sullivan Supplies for their Diamond Level sponsorship.
We got a really nice pair of pulling gilts, and we go through the rest of the class, and it was solid all the way through. You study these two, and there's minor differences, quality all the way through. I think of these two, there's a stouter built one all the way through. There's one that just has that genuine, true bone work and flexibility in the way it goes. The young man closest to me will be our class champion today. I just like the extra feature. This girl lays down low. She's a really good built one up front with a bold shoulder. She works a wide blade there, a gilt that looks broodier in her appearance, looks like a female that's going to sit down and can be a good good female down the road and raise you a few litters. The young lady that's going to be second's got one that's more streamlined in her general build. She's taller at the point of her shoulder, a gilt that's really clean through her lower body. I love the crisp edge to the shape of her loin when we get close to her. I read her as just being a little finer featured. I guess that works to her disadvantage when we compare her to the class winner, a gilt that could stand on just a little more bone, but I love the elegant look that she possesses. Great top line structure, real straight in her lines and level design. A really good gilt to be second today. Young lady, where's my second place? Your third place gilt, excuse me. There we go. One of the bigger featured gilts that we got in class. I didn't really study age. I don't know if age is even listed, but this one's got a few more days on her than maybe a couple of the others in class. Girl does a great job showing it. Gets this girl elevated up through her head and neck. One that does have that feature and bone work, particularly at her forearm and shoulder. She just knees in a little bit up front, and when you go away from this gilt, this one is really her deciding factor to get her in third. Like to see her opened up. I'd like to see her have a little more muscle shape to the lower part of her ham and just be bolder all the way throughout. Another gilt that may have had an extended show career prior to today. This one looks like an easy feeder. She looks like she's got a great center body that's opened up in her chest cavity. One that does knee in, though, a little bit more than I'd like to see ideal. A gilt that's just pushing a little more cover. I'd like to see that one cleaner in her condition all the way through her body to be placed higher. As we go through the rest of these, a really good gilts. Young lady coming out next, I told her in class that this might be the easiest one to look at from the side, shoulders back. She just gets a little pinched and narrow in her muzzle. I'd like to see her have more feature all the way through. And the young lady that's going to round out the class today has got a great gilt, smooth in her pattern, feminine and broodier in her appearance. Just doesn't have the extra bold shape to her center body or the levelness that we found in some others. But a great class of AOBs. Give them a nice round of applause.
Last placings for Class 2 AOB.
And here are the placings for Class 2 AOB. In first place, Kaylin Hicks. Second place, Leah Pfeiffer. Third place, Callie Lugman. Fourth place, Brady Perry. Fifth place, Mallory Burton. Sixth place, Jaden Fogarty. And a reminder, if you have a Class 1 or 2 Berkshire, make your way towards the show ring now.
Very solid pair of Poland gilts to be out here for your AOB representative. And there's a gilt out here that just has that natural flash. One that I think if we took the stick off her head, she still shows the right angulation to her shoulder, the evidence of being just a really well-built, flexible female while having dense muscle dimension and bone all the way through. The young lady in front of me will be our champion today. Excuse me, very similarly built gilts coming out. Now, I'll give the nod to the one that's just more further along in terms of her muscle dimension and center body depth. Young man will be second or reserved today.
And so our champion for the AOB class is Ashlyn Summers, and the reserve champion, Caitlin Hicks. We'd also like to thank one of our other diamond sponsors, that would be S Squared Show Pigs, for their donation to make this event even possible. Thank you again, S Squared Show Pigs. This is a reminder for all our champion and reserve champion winners to make sure you go over to the backdrop area so you can get a photo. All reserve and, all champion and all reserve champion winners, please go to the photo backdrop area. And right now, what we're doing is determining gilt sale order for the AOBs. And these pigs will be coming back for the end of the show for the final sale order. And just to let everyone know, this show is live streaming right now on the Facebook page of the Texas National Stock Show.
Out here for the Berkshire division, and it was a high quality set as we continue to move through the entire lineup. But these two surfaced for me relatively quickly. They were the ones that we pinned early. The young man that's going to be third today, I kind of felt a little guilty not getting him into a pin earlier, and then his Gilt broke down. But I think we got the right two that are very similar in their build and their type and kind to be at the top. And the one that's more white and black over here is going to be our class champion. I really like a lot of things about this one. Really bold fronted, yet seems to have a elegant nature about her head and neck. She's a feminine Gilt with a broody body. That one is a really attractive female from the side. You get on top of her, she's got lots of muscle dimension down her top. She looks like a real sowy one that's going to lay down and have you some pigs. You know, I'll be the first to admit she pushes out of those rear two, maybe more than I would consider to be ideal, and sometimes some challenges show up when you got her out in a breeding pen, the way they handle their hip, but I like her flexibility in her pastern. I like the way she handles herself from hawk to ground. I think she's going to be okay there. That's a really good Gilt to start the show off with. A young lady that's going to be second today's got one very similarly built as our class winner. This too is the other stout featured Gilt that's wide between her eyes. She's stout in her skull, got lots of width over her lower body. This one just doesn't stay as wide in her pin set all the way through to her lower ham. I'd like to see this one angled back in her shoulder a little bit to be more femininely built from a stability standpoint, but a really good one to be second. Maybe the advantage of flexibility, though, would go to our Gilt that's going to be third today. This one does cruise the ring as good as anybody that we have in the class. She's level out of her hips. She's got a good pin set. This one's just finer featured for me. She doesn't really appear to have the composition, the muscle to fat ratio that we saw in the top two. She looks to be a little frailer in the way she's designed in her head and neck, so she goes third, but that was a really nice Gilt for that position. One of the smaller Gilts that we got in class will be fourth today, taking nothing away from her other than her weight. This one's going to be a competitive one by nature down the road. That is a big hind leg in this Gilt. That is a stout structured one. I love the shape she's got to the edge of her loin, one that's square and true in her chest floor. Like her future, I think there's lots of potential for that one down the road. And congrats to that young lady to have a Gilt that's got a bright future ahead of her. Interesting pieces coming out in the Gilt that's going to be fourth. Love the extension. That's something, I'm a Berkshire breeder. I like this breed considerably well, and we don't have a lot of this extension. I love the length that she's got. I love how tall she is at the point of her shoulder. At the same time, we got to be busted open. We got to be a little better in her knee and bigger in our forerib. As we go on, we had a really nice set. We'll just start kicking these young kids out with their pigs. Real cool looking Gilt from the side that just gets a little flatter built is coming out next. We got a Gilt that's very Berkshire oriented. She's got some turn to the center body that's coming out next. We just need some more bone work to the young lady that's leaving the ring at this time. The young lady in the green shirt's got one that's flexible off of both ends. We just need more power. We need to be more powerfully constructed to be placed higher. Give these kids that brought 11 really good Berkshire Gilts to the class. Give them a nice round of applause.
And here are the placings in Berkshire Class 1. First is Brogan Lancaster. Second, Alyssa Brooke Purcell. Third, Rhett Forkner. Fourth, Lauren Brasher. Fifth, Brianna Luna.
I like a lot of things about the young lady we're going to put in forth today. This one is super balanced from the side, feminine featured, sowy looking, a real production oriented kind of gilt. But we got to have more base width. We got to have more chest floor if we're going to run with gilts that we find to the top of the class. Love the gilt from the side, just need to be wider constructed all the way through. A young lady is going to get a pin at the beginning of this class. We couldn't figure out what we were doing with pins right away, and that was okay. She stood the class extremely well for me. This one's probably got a more chiseled look than the gilt in front of her today. She does get a little flatter ribbed. She's not as full in her heart as the others that we've seen ahead of her. Rocks forward in her shoulder ever so slightly, like the fixer there, but a good kind of gilt. As we go down the line, I mean, this has been a really deep class all the way through with an outstanding gilt coming next that I told the young lady I feel like she's reached her maturity at this point. I'd like to see her more extended and cleaner in her composition, but a nice gilt. Got another one that's long and level. Outstanding set. Give these kids a nice round of applause.
And here are the placings for the Class 2 Berkshires. First goes to Victoria Hayes. Second place to Haley Lawley. Third, Sela Salmons. Fourth, Kylie Melsness. And fifth, Blakely Bottleberg.
Fun pair of gilts to sort for the top of the Berkshire breed. And, you know, we got the everlasting hypotheticals that a guy can ask himself when you study these two in regards to the way they're built and what they're going to do with their future. As we go through the show, I continue to consider this basically working through a sale order, essentially, as some of these gilts may sell. I realize a lot of them put the no next to their name because they fully intend to continue their show career, but I'm keeping it with that perspective. And when you study these, we got a couple of gilts I study and I analyze and think that this gilt young lady's driving in the red shirt, that she's going to have 8 litters for you. She's going to have 10 pigs a litter. She's going to have high quality pigs. Are you ever going to just really get that one with the amount of bone that she has? I don't know if we can project a lot there, but we're going to project a really bright future from a sow making potential there. Then you got the young man's gilt that she's read to be a stout and powerfully constructed one. Like to see her a little easier in her top line. What's she going to do as a sow? One never knows. She could hit a home run, but she's darn sure going to throw you some big stout square ones with lots of bone and power if you do it right. 2 really good gilts, I guess, from a show ring perspective, though. There's one that has a significant advantage today, at least in my perspective. It's the young man that wins the first class. He'll be your champion. Well, it was certainly hard to split the two up, or I feel like it's hard to split the two up that win the top pair, and it gets really close. But ultimately, it comes down to one that is more functional for me today. One that does have the extra center body. One that I think has a ton of potential down the road to continue to be a female that's in the business for a long time. Love the flexibility. Love the soundness of the young girls Gilt in the red. She'll be reserved today.
And that means that our champion Berkshire Gilt today is Brogan Lancaster. And the reserve champion is Victoria Hayes.
Make your way there.
Class 2 Chesters, please make your way to the show ring. That's Chester Class 2. Please make your way to the show ring. We need to have Ashlyn Summers and Kaylin Hicks come to the announcers table, please. That's Ashlyn Summers and Kaylin Hicks. Please come to the announcers table.
Well, if there's any good that comes out of somebody like myself having to take a minute or two of extra time to study Gilt, you know, you guys on the ringside get a chance to watch two outstanding showmen duke it out and continue to work hard with their Gilts and go back and forth in a composed state. I really appreciate their efforts. I think they did a great job. We've taken enough time on these particular two. There's just two different kind of Gilts here. There's one that's a little more flexible and feminine, and there's one that's just super stout and square, yet it's flexible enough. It gets close. It depends where you draw your lines. I guess today I'm going to go ahead and use this stouter Gilt to win this class. I just love the way she blends that femininity up through her head and neck and puts that into a big bulky top with a big pin set. I love her with the way she goes away. You can call her maybe getting close to outside her skeleton, but when we make true breed changes, sometimes we got to flirt with the edge sometimes, and that one will certainly do that in the next generation of life for her. Love the fluidity and the balance of the young lady's Gilt. That's going to be second today. There's a big leg in that one. There's some flexibility on both ends of her skeleton. I think in a really close pair of Gilts, that one just didn't have the extra ESTs that we're going to find in the one that wins the class today, but a really good kind of gilt to be second. Love that extra flex that she's got in her pastern, that hip and hind leg. This gilt really caught my attention as the show went on. She come out in the middle of the class there, and I certainly love the elegance that she possesses in her side view profile. This one's got a bright future as a gilt that's going to continue her show career. She matures, yet can go off and be a good sow down the road with an absolutely flawless and superb underline. Maybe on that right side, looks like we might just be a little short on the left side. Need to probably look at that a little closer, but an outstanding gilt, streamlined build, good shape to her. I like her a lot. She's got the advantage over her fourth place gilt in flexibility alone. I like the dimension and the big, bold shoulder the young lady's gilt possesses. We just need to get that one back and more angular through her front end. It'll also allow her to drop her top down and be more flexible and soggy through her center body. Like to see that one look more like a lady to get placed higher. As we continue through a really stout and stellar class of Chesters, we got some good pieces coming through, like the flexibility and look of the young man's gilt coming next. I like that extra durable design that the gilt coming to me now has got. Really big featured one. Really nice set of gilts. Give these guys a nice round of applause.
And here are the placings for Class 1 Chesters. First place goes to Mason Forkner. Second goes to Brooke Fort. Third, Brogan Lancaster. Fourth, Avery Mabry. And fifth, Cooper Holman. And at this time, all Class 1 Durocs, please start making your way toward the show ring. At this point, Duroc Class 1, please head toward the show ring. We'd like to recognize and thank another one of our diamond level sponsors. That would be Preferred Ranch Equipment. Thanks so much for helping make this show possible.
Really nice set of Chester Gilts, and we're going to start with the young man in the yellow shirt. He's got a Gilt that, she may have had an extended show career prior to today, but she still continues to hold herself together. She's a burly topped one that's good looking from the side. We love her design and her finish and the condition, the way the young man's got her built and put together for today. Big hip in this one with monster legs, a good flexible hind leg to her. She might not be the stoutest right there in the lower part of her ham, but certainly like a lady, the way she's built and gets around this ring. I like a lot of things about the young lady's Gilt that's coming next. She might be a little more traditionally built from a Chester White sense in the way she's designed up through her head and neck. Might not have the extra feature between her eyes, nor in the way she's carried through her lower body and her foot substance, but at the same time, there's an expressively muscled shape to the edge of her loin. There's a big pin set in that one. She is fuller and thicker through the center and lower parts of our ham than our class winner, but we just need to be more balanced and well put together to get that one over the one that's going to win today. I like this Gilt a lot, and I probably like her a lot better 30 days ago. There's no doubt in my mind that there was a point a Gilt like this was put together with a good all-around look and might have had a little more center body. Today I'm going to call her just a little tighter in her heart, a little a little finer through her center body. Like to boulder up or deeper down in her side, but I like the extra features she possesses. Good looking Chester Gilt coming next. Big swollen top in her, lots of muscle, lots of rib shape to her. Just gets a little shorter fronted and frailer bone. Outstanding Gilt. As we go through the class, we had a couple of more that are like that. I guess they may not have had the show ring appeal that we found in a couple of them ahead of them today, but a great set of Chesters to round out the class. Give them a nice round of applause if you would, please.
And here are the placings for the Chester Class 2. Taking first place, Mitchell Graham. In second, Peyton Ownby. Third, Tate Welch. Fourth, Shayla Jones. And fifth, Brody Hurley.
Got a pair of Gilts. And again, maybe like it's some of the other breeds that we've had prior to this, they may not shape up or come together to be peas in a pod by any stretch of the imagination, but they surely bring really good pieces through the way they're built and designed. And I hit that one that wins the first class hit me hard when she came out. I think when we study these two and compare, she's got the bone and feature that we got of the Gilt that won in second. Yeah, she combines that with an extra freaky front end, a big old center body. Our Class 1 champion will be her champion, Chester. Certainly gets closer when we compare these two to each other, because I see a lot of similarities in the way these two Gilts are designed. I do think there's one that just balances up a little bit better today, may have a little extra center body, particularly through the lower 1/3 and the back 1/3 of her skeleton. There's a lot of real good balance in the Gilt that goes second, and in the first class, and she'll be our reserve today. Young lady will be reserved. Give her a nice round of applause.
And that means that our champion in the Chester class is Mason Forkner, and the reserve champion is Brooke Ford. And Duroc Class 2, that's Duroc Class 2. Go ahead and start making your way toward the show ring. Duroc Class 2, please come to the show ring.
Okay, we're going to change the strategy up. Anytime we get a class of 12, 13, or 14, I'm going to elect to send a few back and focus on the ones that I feel that are just the most show ready today. And I think we got 6 out here that are very high quality Duroc Gilts. I think they're built good. I see a lot of skeletal extension, some flexibility. You study these Gilts though, a factor that I think kind of maybe hits all of them is they just need a little bit more center body for me and what I'm looking for in these younger Duroc Gilts. But at the same time, high quality. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause as they go back to their pen. You have to forgive me again for taking a little extra time. It's just that OCD nature that I may possess. That's a good trait or a bad trait. I don't know. But one thing it means is that I cannot move forward from a class until I cross everything off the to-do list. And I guess we studied these and they weren't really matching up like I thought or I'd hoped they were. But it's just an awesome set in terms of quality all the way through. Went back and forth with about 4 or 5 of these getting to the top of the class, and we get to a point where I found one that I like and I think she should be there for a reason. That's the young lady in the purple shirt. This is a good gilt that I wanted to tell you was not big enough bone to win a class for a majority of the time we've been out here. But as we continue to watch this girl float through the ring, it's just that incredible nature of hers just to be an elegantly built female out here that has so much future down the road, not only with a show career that will extend over the next couple of months, but as a female and somebody's herd as well. I just love the way she's built. I love her flexibility, her depth of body, and her side and her rib cage is what gets me to ultimately place her over the one that's going to go second. We took a long time in this class, and that was probably a challenge to the young lady in the yellow. This one fires out of the gate, and I immediately draw my attention to her. I love the extra bone and the mass she's got and the substance of bone and the size of the foot that she possesses. She's elevated up front. This one's got such a bright future ahead of her. When we study her and compare to the one that's going to win, she's got a couple things wrong today. She doesn't have that extra rib cage, and as the show went on, she just got a little too tight for me. She's going to be second, but that's a really nice pair of gilts. A lot of good coming out in the dark one coming next. 2 things that I didn't like as much as the other 2. She gets a little bigger in her pull, and she pushes her hind legs under a little more than I'd consider to be ideal. Outside of that, though, starting with the negatives, you can just go on and on about all the advantages she may possess over some of the others in the class with a big rib cage, a big chest floor, a bold blade in her. This is a good gilt. She's young. She's got a bright future. I think you'll hear from that one down the road. I studied this one for a long time too, folks. I just didn't know what to do with her for a little bit there. I mean, there's so much feature and stoutness in this one, particularly there through the center of her eyes, and she allows herself to be extra good looking from the side, the way this young lady's got her driving. At the same time, though, we're just going to put her down in fourth. I don't think she's clean enough to her front end, and she does not go away with me with the muscle shape that we found in a couple of the other ones today. Good looking one coming next, maybe one of the more flawless ones we see from the side. I question her feature, her lower jaw and her bone when we compare to the 5 ahead of her. An outstanding gilt as we go down the line. I really appreciated all the extra quality we found in these Duroc females. Give them a nice round of applause. This is an exciting way to start the show.
And here are the placings for Duroc Class 1. Taking first place, Tegan Winter. Second, Cecily Oliver. Third, Kaylee Hilton. Fourth, Amanda Frazier. And fifth, Camden Hutton. And folks, we also want to thank one of our other diamond level sponsors. That would be Lender Show Feeds. Thanks for sponsoring the show. We also want to thank our gold sponsors for this event, and those include Mormons Showtech, the Law Office of David Chumbley, and Young Livestock. Thanks so much for being a gold sponsor of the show. Duroc Class 3. Duroc Class 3, please make your way toward the show ring. Once again, that's Duroc Class 3.
We're going to keep 7 again, or 6 or 7, and we're really leaving back a couple of gilts, or a lot of gilts here that have a lot of quality. The young lady's gilt in the blue, super smooth from the side, a good looking feminine one. I'd like to see her a little more correct in her composition. I guess her lean to fat ratio could be more admirable. The young lady's got a big, stout, dark one with lots of bone work. I like that gilt quite a bit. Young man's gilt, really nice looking from the side, but could use more muscle. This is a really nice set of 5 gilts that we're going to send back. Give them a nice round of applause, please.
And we want to recognize and thank our other gold sponsors for the show. That would be Showflake Shavings, Winter Livestock, McCormick Livestock, and Second to None Awards.
We got a couple of bad motor scooters here, and I think I could sit and analyze and study these two and appreciate their differences and how they come together to the top of this class all day without having with 100% conviction that I do one thing right over the other. I do know that when I go back to go to my gut instinct, the first time when I saw these two, which one hit me and yet continue to hit me incredibly hard, the young lady with the darker gilt's going to win in this pair. I think there's just more dense muscle shape in this gilt. There's a stouter feature, a stouter skull, a bigger lower jaw in this one. There's a ton of bone in this gilt. She's incredibly sound off of both ends and has that right body texture and shape to the slope of her lower rib cage. This is a good gilt with lots of muscle shape, really feminine yet really durably constructed and broody at the same time. A really good gilt. Hey, you can't make him any sounder and any more flexible and more feminine than the gilt that's going to be second today. I absolutely love the way she handles her hip, her hind leg, and gets out here and really goes with authority off of both ends. Might just be a little lower pastern, but at the same time, she stays elevated up front with a gigantic chest floor. As we kind of stated, though, if she gives anything up, and whether it's a disadvantage or not, she doesn't have that lower jaw. She doesn't have the added bone work and substance that we saw in our class winner. Close pair. I commend both of those young ladies for bringing out incredibly exotic and really good Duroc females. There's a ton of good in this one, too. She just ran into a buzzsaw at the top of the class. This may be one of the bolder constructed gilts that we have of our entire drive. I mean, she's got a big forearm in her. She's got a great big foot up front. She's flexible in her pass turn. I love how she gets her head up and telling me she's plenty angular in her shoulder. She just gets basically a little more traditionally designed for the Duroc breed. As we go out of her hip, she's got a little more slope from hooks to pins there. A gilt that really doesn't come together from that perspective like the two ahead of her did. But at the same time, there's a ton of good in that female. I think she's got a bright future ahead of her. One of the last ones that got penned of the 12 that we had in this class, yet at the same time, she worked herself up. I like this gilt a lot. I like the extra dimension and density she's got about her bone work. I like her chest floor and that extra skull. I've talked that quite a bit today, and I will continue. I like them ones that are real heavy featured up front. It's a fine line, though. This one's just teeter-totter on being too thick, too stout up front. I'd like to see her just a little trendier in the way she's designed in her neck and pole, but I love all the extra features she's got. The young man coming next does a great job showing. He brought me a nice gilt previously. Another one here. I like the extra width and design she's got. This girl is deep-sided when you see her go from the side view profile. I'd like to see her maybe just extend up front a little bit, have a little more power behind, but a really good kind of Duroc gilt. Young man coming next, really, really good looking from the side. I love her head and neck. That one just needs to be more functional, built like a female behind. Maybe give her a little more detailed underline. Good kind of gilt. Big, powerful one coming next. It just needs to be level or hipped. A great set of Duroc gilts to continue forward. Give these kids a nice round of applause.
And here are the placings for Duroc Class 2. In first place, Bryn Fort. In second, Lauren Brasher. Third, Riley Clenard. Fourth, Kenzie Morgan. And fifth, Rhett Fortner. Ladies and gentlemen, the Duroc Gilts from Class 1 and 2 that are going to show for sale order need to be brought to the holding pen right now. That's Duroc Gilts from Class 1 and 2 that are going to show for sale order. Please go to the holding pen.
We're going to send these 5 back. Really good gilts, and these kids have had these girls on feed for a long time. Specifically, probably this would be their endpoint, and I appreciate that. The young man leaving the ring just needs to be a little better. She needs to be a little better on her hind legs. We got a couple of things from a balance standpoint that just don't necessarily come together like the gilts that we got in the pen today. So give these guys a nice round of applause. I truly appreciate you sticking around, feeding these hogs, and bringing them to the show. Nice job.
Just a reminder, folks, tonight after the show at 7 p.m. over in the Pig Jockey Club is going to be a free concert featuring the Chris Shackelford Band. That's right, free concert by the Chris Shackelford Band tonight, 7 o'clock over at the Pig Jockey Club.
Well, to finish out the Duroc Gilt class, again, we're just full of quality on the top end of this class and all the way through for that matter. It comes down to a couple that I think are really, really good females. I think one of these two is just more genuine in their composition today, maybe more show ready for the oldest or the heaviest class of Duroc Gilt, and that's the young man on the far side of the ring. This is a burly Gilt with a big shoulder blade, plenty of muscle shape. You know, maybe she doesn't handle her hind too perfectly when we compare to not only this one, but some of them other Gilts that we've seen today. But at the same time, I really like her composition. I like the way she's built. I like her width as construction. Good kind of Gilt to win the class. Love the freedom and flexibility the young lady's Gilt possesses. That'll be second today. I just like the extra length of stride she's got and the way she's got her head up above her shoulders. A very angular fronted kind of female. Just gets a little more over conditioned for me. I'd like to clean her up, and you know, you start pulling some of that fat off that Gilt, and she might not read to be have as much true muscle shape as we think. At the same time, I think it's a good kind of Gilt. Young lady that'll be third's got a well-balanced one, clean up through its head and neck. This Gilt's got a good shape to the edge of her loin and the big center body. You know, when we started comparing her to the others, I didn't think she left me with enough width right between her two legs when she's leaving me. I didn't think that one just had enough structure and substance when we look at her bone work and the way she's designed in her lower jaw. I'd like to see that one just stouter featured all the way through. Got a big one coming next that does possess that extra feature that we've seen. She just gets a little straighter shouldered. She's a tall fronted Gilt, but I think she's a past her endpoint. At least that's what I'm going to hang my hat on today. I think that's a big Gilt. I've probably seen some shows down the road that she was more tied to than this one. The other two coming out, same thing, a really good Gilt coming out next. That's big bladed, got some muscle, just a little tighter in her flank to be placed higher, and a real big heavyweight kind of Gilt coming next. There's a lot of good in this one. She could be a really good breeding piece for somebody down the road. From a show ring perspective today, though, I just don't think she matches up what we're looking for, but a really nice way to finish the Durocs today.
And here are the placings for Duroc Class 3. In first, Brody Hurley. Second, Camden Hutton. Third, Alyssa Brooke Purcell. Fourth, Haley Melsness. And fifth, Parker Dressel. And at this time, Hampshire Class 1, please start making your way to the show ring.
An outstanding trio of Duroc Gilts for the representation of this particular breed, and they really hit me like I was hoping they would, and they came together to be quality like I was hoping they would, and it's certainly some value in that. And when we study these Gilts, we really love the way they hold themselves together, their collective movement, their rib cage shape and muscle dimension. The one that ties those things together the best for me is the young lady out of the second class. She'll be your champion. Again, we talked about the Gilts that were first and second in that middle class, so liked them a lot, but we really talked about that one that wins the first class as well, and I think it comes down to those two Gilts that are very similarly built, more angular fronted maybe, more longer fronted, good looking kind of females. I just think that extra age and time on feed that the young lady in front of me and her Gilt have are going to be the advantage today. She'll be a reserve. Congratulations.
And that means that the champion of the Duroc class is Bryn Ford, and the reserve champion is Lauren Brasher. Events like this would not be possible without sponsors for the shows. And in that regard, we want to thank some of our silver sponsors, including Cosmaker Family Genetics, Hofschulte Genetics, and Brockman Farms. Thanks so much. Brogan Lancaster, if you could please come to the announcers table. Brogan Lancaster, please come to the announcers table. And we'd like to take this time to thank our other silver sponsors. That would be Byers Farms, West Texas Genetics, and Champion's Choice. Thanks for sponsoring the show. And Landrace Class 1, if you could bring your animals to the show ring, please. That's Landrace Class 1. Please come to the ring.
Three. You could just keep yours out here, young lady. We'll keep that one. No, you don't even need to weigh because I think we got two that weighed fine. So you just stay out here at third, though. We're going to use these two individuals out here for your contention to champion and reserve Hampshire. And, you know, before we get there, it's just one thing to talk about a Hampshire breed that's really continuing to progress. We're really getting some good quality animals out here. Really like these kind of hogs in total. You know, this big Gilt, though, with those giant hind legs and just that classy front end, she's really hard to get around. That's going to be your champion Hampshire. Pretty considerable for me. I mean, you know, you study that one, and she pushes it pretty hard out there and on her rear, too. You know, I can't say that I'm the be-all, end-all in understanding flexibility and skill to the best of standing right next to Rick Whitman, who probably should be judging this show over me. He's forgotten more about female flexibility and structure than I've ever seen. But, you know, that one's out there. She's probably out there too much for some people. I think today, though, for me and just the group of Hampshire Gilts that we have out here today, that one's plenty fundamental and good on her hind legs. That's going to be your champion Hampshire. Young man will be second or reserve today. You know, this one's getting a little growly out here. She's slowing down on me, but I just love the way she's built. I love her straightness of lines. I love her level design, good muscle shape. Looks like a really classy built kind of Hampshire Gilt. She's got more muscle shape for a younger age than the one that's going to be third. She's got more density to her skull and the way she's built up front. I like that one to go second. You know, I put this girl away. I put her in fourth there for a minute, but I just can't get over how well this one travels for the young lady, how well they work together as a team. I love that one's hip and hind leg structure. She comes and goes incredibly well and got a good rib cage to her. You know, she just gets a little finer featured up front. I'd like to see her maybe shorten in her muzzle a little bit, just get her built a little differently, designed stouter featured up there, but a good one that's level and correct all the way through. There's a lot of good in the big centered one coming next. I mean, she is presented to an absolute team. I commend this young lady and her family for getting this one prepared. She's got that extra turn to the top side of her skeleton, lots of bone or lots of power and muscle dimension up high. She just gets a little Hampshire influenced, I guess, the way she's built in their ham-loin junction, the way she comes out of her hip. I'd like to see her level her there. As we go, this was a really good class with an outstanding female that'll be coming out in fourth. She's tall and square in her shoulder blade and big in her chest floor. I love the extra dimension she's got of muscle and rib. That one just doesn't leave me as well as I'd like to see. I'd like to see her stouter in her skull, maybe right there between her eyes and her lower jaw as well. But a really good Gilt to be fourth in the Hampshire division. Got a good one coming next that just needs to be leveler out of her hip, but just put together a little better all the way through. Give these kids a nice round of applause for bringing out a nice set of Hampshire Gilt.
And here are the placings for the Hampshire class. Your champion is Bryn Hannon. The reserve champion is Cash McCamey. In third, Jolie Perry. Fourth, Blakely Bottleberg. And fifth, Mallory Burton. And spot class 1. That's spot class 1. Please bring your animals to the show ring. Once again, that's spot class 1. Please come to the ring. And this is the last call for the Landrace class. Apparently we've got a couple that haven't gotten up here yet. Last call for the Landrace class. Please come to the ring immediately. And those two missing from the Landrace class right now are Lauren Brasher and Cash McCamey. Lauren Brasher and Cash McCamey, this is your last call for the Landrace class. All right, we've already got a free concert coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. But for those of you that might be interested in adult beverages as well, from 4 to 7, we've got a $2 beer special at the bar for Coors Light, Bud Light, and Miller Lite. That's from 4 to 7, $2 beer special at the bar for Coors Light, Bud Light, and Miller Lite. And then from 7 to 9 o'clock tonight, it's going to be $2 shots. Now that excludes Tito's and Crown, but still, $2 shots, pretty good bargain.
We only got 5 or 6 or 7, I can't remember, in the Landrace division, but we got a good one to lead now. This Gilt that the young lady in the pink's driving is going to be your class champion, your champion Landrace. Just a really good, fundamentally built Landrace Gilt that's flexible and big-ribbed, good muscle shape. Nice place to start. On the other end of the spectrum, though, the one that's going to be reserved has more power. This one is wide across her top. She's got a lot of dimension up high, like her shoulder blade, and the way she just is incredibly powerfully constructed. That's a really cool kind of deal for the Landrace breed. It's something they continue to work on, but she does got to have that center body to match what she's got going on up high. We need to have her a little more blown apart in her rib cage. Young lady coming out next does got one that's got more forerib, one that's deeper in her flank, just gets a little tighter constructed for me, one that gets a little shorter in her hip, lighter bone. I'd like to see that one come and go with more stoutness and feature. Heaviest muscled Gilt in the class is coming next. There's a big blade in this one with tons of product and power in her top. That's the biggest hip and hind end that we've seen in this Landrace class. Just needs to balance together a little more. She's a lower statured Gilt. Like to see her more skeletally extended. Got a nice female coming out next. Just needs to be more powerfully constructed and have maybe a little more eye appeal to be placed higher. But a great set of Landrace Gilts.
And here are the placings for the Landrace class. Your champion is Alyssa Brooke Purcell. Reserve champion is Leah Pfeiffer. In third, Lila Bonnert. Fourth, Danzer Baling. And fifth, Trace Pennington. And spot class two, please start making your way to the show ring. Spot class 2, please come to the ring. And we have one more sponsor to thank for today's show and tomorrow's show and Sunday's show, I guess, as well. That would be our bronze sponsor, Flatland Show Pigs.
Pretty comfortable place for me to start with the young lady in the purple shirt. This is a really good high quality spotted gilt. I like the way she's put together in terms of her muscle dimension, and ultimately when she works down into her leg structure and that stoutness of bone that she possesses. You study these two and she's got a bigger foot, she's got more flexibility, she's got more bone at the lower to the ground. I like that one a good deal. Up high she remains to be shapely up top. I think she's got a bright future ahead of her. I like a lot of things about the gilt that we're going to put in second to today. The gilt that's got more wide on her has got a big rib cage to her. She's functionally built and love the center body she possesses. She reads a little rounder in her muscle shape, maybe not as correct in her composition as the gilt that we're going to use to win today, but things can change between now and that gilt's ultimate endpoint. If that one just gets a little fresher topped, just gets a little stouter constructed, I think that one's going to hit a home run down the road. There's some muscle shape in the gilt that's coming in third. That's a big, square, shapely top that she possesses. Got lots of muscle from behind. That one gets a little round for me, though, as we see her go away. Gets a little shorter constructed all the way through. Like to clean her up from her flank ever so slightly just to make her a little more feminine and more functional in her design through her lower body, but a good kind of gilt for third. I like the gilt and extra look that she possesses that we got coming out in fourth. Trendy up through her head and neck and clean all the way through her body at the same time, though. This one does need to be sounder off of both ends. I'd like to see that one angled back on her shoulder and just get out there and go with more freedom and flexibility off of her rear tube. Got a powerfully constructed one coming next. Lots of blade, lots of mass, lots of power. That one's a little lower statured and needs to be cleaner built. I like this group of gilts all the way through. Give these kids a nice round of applause as we move to the next set of spots.
And here are the placings for spot Class 1. Taking first, Kaylin Kirk. Second, Kylie Hill. Third, Macy Bowers. Fourth, Raiden Hugenberger. Fifth, Talon Blount. Folks, this is a reminder that the sale order of purebreds is going to take place immediately after the Yorkshire show to pick the top 15 purebreds that will make the Texas National Stock Show gilt sale. And Yorkshire Class 1. Yorkshire Class 1, please start bringing your animals to the show ring. That's Yorkshire Class 1. Please come to the ring. And remember, folks, we've got some great vendors here at the show as well. So make sure you check out First Choice, Bunkhouse Divas, Rusty Pearl, and Second to None.
Top trio of spot gilts in this class are really fun to analyze and study. There's some give and take, and I certainly wouldn't disagree too much. The young lady in the blue in particular, I imagine her family sitting back there, not too happy with being third, but I just think we got three really good gilts. You weren't going to talk me out of starting with the black and white one. I just think this is the balanced gilt in the class. I like the muscle shape and the extra durability that one possesses. There's monster bone in there. There's lots of rib shape in there. Relatively clean up through her head and neck. You know, we're getting to that point where we could probably work on that a little bit, but I just like that gilt. I like what she represents in this particular breed. The young man's gilt that's coming next, it was close between her and third, and you'd be more than happy to bring her out too. The gilt that goes in second, today's cleaner built. pure and simple probably than the other two that are ahead of her and below her. I like her in the way she reads up through her head and neck. I like the muscle shape she's got when you see her walking away from you. Doesn't have that lower 1/3 like I'd like to see developed today. I'd like to see her a little fuller in her flank, but at the same time, that's a really high quality gilt for second. Lots of quality in the young lady that's going to be third. This is one of the more massive gilts that we got in class. She's rugged in her design and just lots of feature in this one. Reads a little plain to me from a composition standpoint. That one could be cleaner all the way through. Give her an overhaul from that perspective. Let's see what she's got underneath that extra layer of fat, and then we can really analyze what kind of quality she is. I'd like to see that one just peel back a little bit. The young lady that's going to be fourth got one that's extended and tall. That one has got a freak of a front end on her, high in her neck set, really good kind of gilt. She's getting a little big in her flank. It just doesn't balance together like I'd like to see to get her placed higher, but certainly a nice kind of gilt. As the young lady works on getting the next one out, the flag-tailed one's a good female, practical in her design, and genuinely a good kind of female when you study her top shape and muscle dimension she possesses. One of the bigger chested gilts that works into a relatively deep forearm and forearm, a gilt that just needs to be level or designed. And as we go through, it's been a great set of spot gilts. Give these kids a nice round of applause.
And here are the placings for spot Class 2. Taking first place in the class, Sophia Lindfer. Second place, Luke Bonnert. Third, Reese Mabry. Fourth, Avery Mabry. And fifth, Jasper Kansler. And remember, folks, over at the bar from 4 to 7, there's a $2 beer special for Coors Light, Bud Light, and Miller Light. And then from 7 to 9, it'll be $2 shots, but that does not include Tito's and Crown.
All right. Got a couple of really good spotted gilts, and when these two come back together, I'm just tickled pink with the type and quality that they got, and they're very similar in their patterns and the way they're built. They're just different in their maturity and their maturation point and where they're at in the progress of their lives. I think when you just kind of continue to analyze them, we got one that's just built a little cleaner fronted today. We got one that's compositionally correct with a great shape to the edge of her loin. Complement that, she's probably a little sounder featured off of both ends. Young lady in the purple sure to be your champion spot. Gilt that was second in that class, and we study these two, and both of them just don't get out and set the world on fire in terms of length of stride, but they are good quality on both ends. Love the extra durability that the Gilt wins the heaviest class. She'll be your reserve champion spot today.
And the champion in the spot class is Kaylin Kirk, and the reserve champion is Sophia Lindfer. Right, we had a correction, we had an error on the listing originally. The winner of Spot Class 1 was Talon Luke, and Talon Luke was also the champion of the Spot class. Yorkshire Class 2, you need to come to the show ring. That's Yorkshire Class 2. Please come to the show ring.
Much like the Duroc breed, we got several Yorkshires, big shows, big classes. Going to send 4 of these back. Please give these kids a nice round of applause. I think in this particular class, we just needed more rib shape and some stoutness. Good job, guys. Way to come out today. This has been a really good Yorkshire Gilt class to work through, and we got some challenges and some differences in type and quality as we run through the top 6 or 7 in this group. I'm going to elect to use the young lady's gilt on the far side of the ring. You know, this one is a little sketch when it comes to the way she handles her rear too, but she offers so much that I believe the Yorkshire breed needs everywhere else, that I think if you're a guy that's going to breed a gilt and really take care of her and monitor the way she handles herself in the sow lot, you'll never have a problem. If you're a guy that's got 400 sows and you don't have enough time to dedicate to taking care of a female, that hind leg structure and the way she puts her feet down may come up and be a challenge in the next year or so, or a couple years down the road. Nevertheless, today in show ring standpoint, that one's got that bold structure we're looking for. She's got incredibly good feature and look up through her head and neck, ties well into her shoulder, lots of muscle, lots of rib cage with the structure. She's got all the ESTs there. I like that one a good deal. Young man that's going to be second, it's got a beautifully designed gilt from the side view profile. He's got her trained perfectly to keep that head up, very angular in her shoulder. I like her rib shape and the muscle dimension he's got. This one just closes up behind. There's not much we can do about that. When those gilts start putting those rear 2 feet down real close, that can work to their disadvantage from an ultimately the endpoint placing. Want to see that one stay wider all the way true. A very interesting one coming next. She's deceptively feminine looking. At first I wrote her off. I said there's not enough to her, but there actually is. When you get on this one, there's a great big top shape in her. She's got a real big chest floor in her and lots of rib shape. That one just doesn't read with the bone and the mass. Some of that feature we found in other pigs today, and in particularly this drive. She needs to have more cannon bone, more forearm, bigger legs to be placed higher. Got a functionally designed one coming next with as much rib shape and power as anything that we have seen in this class up high. She just gets a little plainer all through her lower body. Want to clean that one up in her composition, but a good kind of gilt. Didn't know where to put this one. This is the fanciest gilt that we got in class, and you know, irregardless of her age, she might have the brightest future of anything that we've seen today. She reads a little lighter structured compared to the ones that are ahead of her, but I have no doubt in my mind that I've seen what this young lady has driven to me before. She will get this one to look a lot like that red one she brought to us earlier, with a long stride and a good look to her. She goes 5th under me today with total intentions or belief that I think that one's got a bright future ahead of her. As we continue to go through here, we got another one that's got a good look from the side. She just needs to be balanced up a little bit better. The young man coming next could see more extension in that one, but a great set of Yorkshire gilts. Give these kids a nice round of applause.
And here are the placings from Yorkshire Class 1. In first, Cadence Funk. Second, Mason Rombo. Third, and that is it says Barber family, and then I've got Maddie next to it. So is that Maddie Barber? All right, Maddie Barber. And fourth, Luke Bonnert. And fifth, Lauren Brescher. At this time, all sale eligible gilts that were selected need to be brought to the, all sale eligible purebred gilts that have been selected need to be brought to the show ring. This is the second call to bring your sale eligible selected purebreds to gather to see who is going to make the Texas National Stock Show gilt sale. Second call, bring those sale eligible selected gilts, purebred gilts, to the show ring, please.
Really good set of Yorkshire Gilts, and the young man on the far side is going to be our class champion. Just a gilt that reads extra bold to me, a really style constructed one. Got tons of feature to this particular gilt with lots of bone work and mass. And you study her feet and legs and really get down there and try to clear those shavings. I love the way she's designing her toe work, a good kind of gilt that's incredibly wide based and got a good center body to her. Really just a fundamentally good kind of female for me. Big in her vulva and has a killer underline. I think that one's good. I'd like to see that one down the road and see how she can continue to be a prospect or a female for somebody in the next phase of her life. Good gilt coming next. There's just no holes in this one, and I can get guilty of finding them and running with them. I sure do like them fancy females that are good in their head and neck and got that right body swoop with adequate muscle shape. This one checks all those boxes for me. A really attractive female. Sure, she could be stouter constructed and heavier muscle, but I just love the no holes, no error kind of deal in that one. I think she's a really good kind of female to run into the top pair of this class. I'm not a huge guy on flag tails. I can live with it though. The base of that tail is massive. The width between this gilt's eyes is massive. Lots of muscle in between. I love her rib shape, but that one just needs to be a little leveler out of her hip. I'd like to see her tail cranked up there as much as we possibly could in relation to where it's sitting today. But I sure do like that one's flexibility and absolutely killer job by that young lady getting that gilt shown. I like the one coming next in terms of just her broodiness and her dimension that she possesses. That's a full-centered one with plenty of power. You know, you start ripping some of that extra condition that she possesses off of her, and there may not be as much gilt left as a guy might think, but a good kind of female that needs to be better in her composition. Big gilt, young man, he's like, man, this guy, he placed me too far down, and I might agree with him a little bit, but I called her a little past her endpoint. I would have sure liked to have seen that one about 3 shows ago because she's got a good look to her head and neck, and she's got plenty of muscle, but she's a big gilt. She's crestier in her poll. I'd like to see her a little fresher all the way through. Another big gilt's coming next. I mean, this one's ready for the breeding pen tomorrow. Like her big forearm in her. She's sound structured and can go. Just needs to be more, just needs to be more pulled apart and level her out of her hip. Great set of kids, great set of hogs in here. Give these guys a nice round of applause. They did an outstanding job in the Yorkshire division today.
One more call to bring the sale-eligible purebred gilts that have been selected come to the show ring.
These two come together as well as I'd hope that they would. I think in regards to the Yorkshire breed in this particular division, we got some that have more function and power and structure than maybe your average Yorkshire does. I've dabbled in the Yorkshire business a little bit in the past, and I've had those stout constructed ones, and I've had those lighter bone feminine ones, and if I had one that made me a little more money over the other type, it was these kind right here. These things will continue to be good females down the road and bring that extra substance and power that maybe that Yorkshire division continues to strive for right now. But absolutely high quality females all the way through. I like that gilt that wins the second class. She'll be your champion York today. We already said we like that second place Gilt for what she offers, and that's simply a no holes kind of deal. But she doesn't got much of the extras maybe that we're looking for, much that we see in our class winner from the lighter weight division or the younger age group. Young lady will be a reserve Yorkshire today. Give her a nice round of applause.
And first, let me give you the placings from Class 2 of the Yorkshires. Taking that class was Brazos Farr. Second place was Reed Lawley. Third, Mallory Burton. Fourth, Wyatt Richards. And fifth, Cooper Doherty. And your champion for the Yorkshire class is Brazos Farr. And the reserve champion is Cadence Funk. We need to have Reed Lawley and Strickland Burrow with their Yorkshires to come to the show ring, please. Reed Lawley and Strickland Burrow with your Yorkshires, please. Come to the show ring. All right, we still need some folks to get to the show ring with their pigs. That would be Peyton Otis, Ethan Anzadula, and Strickland Burrow. Once again, that's Peyton Otis, Ethan Anzadula, and Strickland Burrow. Please come to the show ring now. And Peyton, notice you are supposed to have two pigs coming to the ring. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now selecting for the top 15 purebred gilts to be in the Texas National Stock Show gilt sale. And ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we will be selecting the top 10 crossbred gilts to be selected for the Texas National Stock Show gilt sale. And then once we do that, we will have the top 15 purebreds and the top 10 crossbreds compete to determine. Sorry for the confusion, ladies and gentlemen. To clarify, tomorrow the top 15 top purebreds and the top crossbreds will be showing. Let me give this to the man that actually knows what's going on. Hang on.
Tomorrow we're going to show all the breed champions for regular Grand Champion Drive tomorrow after the crossbred shows. We will not have a Supreme Champion purebred selected today. So I just wanted to clarify with everybody. Sorry if we confused any of you guys, but we'll be showing for Grand Champion overall, Reserve Grand Champion overall, and Bronze third overall tomorrow after the crossbreds.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank everyone for coming out to the show today. Special thank you to all the exhibitors and competitors. Let's have a big round of applause for all these young men and women that we're showing today. We're going to do it again tomorrow. We're going to start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, not 8 o'clock. We're going to start at 9 o'clock. Give everybody a chance to get a little bit of extra sleep. So tomorrow morning, show will start at 9 o'clock. Again, thanks for coming out tonight. We hope to see all of you here tomorrow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got a little bit ahead of myself. The group that needs to be coming to the ring right now is Dark Cross Class 2. I apologize for that. It's Dark Cross Class 2 that needs to come to the ring right now.
We're going to use the Berkshire colored one for your class champion. I think this one just puts together everything we find in a plethora of gilts that are going to be placed behind her today. She's got that excellent look up through her head and neck, that rip shape to her top, yet still looks like a good female that can get out and go off of both ends of her skeleton. Tons of bone, tons of senses, some of the bigger feet that we've seen in this particular younger drive. I like that one a great deal. The black and white one in front of me will be second today. You know, outside of the fact that she's just battling the ring a little bit, that's still a really good kind of gilt that's youthful. She looks like the type that'll stay youthful in her ring presence, good looking through her head and neck. One of them that you really have to admire the extra rib shape that tight front end kind of boils and blends into. Plenty of muscle shape. Just get that one rolling, and I think you're going to have a gilt that's got a really, really bright future down the road. A lot of good coming out in the wide belted gilt next. This is a bold structured one. There's this much dense muscle in this one as we saw prior to this gilt. Gets a little lower statured for me. I'd like to see that one have some more length in its cannon bone, maybe square it up a little bit. As she leaves me, she gets a little rounder in her general muscle type. I'd like to see that one a little more femininely built, the way she's shaped in her muscle, but a good kind of female for a third. This one does have the advantages from a feminine standpoint. She's long and extended and pretty from the side. At the same time, that comes with a little bit less feature, a little bit less bone work in this one. I see a smaller foot in this gilt. Nevertheless, I really like the way she holds her tail up high. I like that she's level in her hip. I just like to see that girl put her hind legs down a little square, stand on more substance of bone. No shortage of bone work in the gilt that we got coming next. This one is a rugged made one right there in her hock all the way down to her pastern and her feet. There is a lot of structure and stoutness in her. It doesn't necessarily match up the width between her eyes. She likes to bounce when she walks. I'd like to see that one just be sounder all the way through. Going back and forth a little bit here, we do have an advantage in soundness in the gilt coming next. This is a real pretty gilt from the side. Big chest floor in this one. When you get behind this one, she might just get in on her feet just a little bit. She's a little plainer about her head and neck, but certainly a nice gilt. Just like to fix her the way she tracks away from me. The young man coming next has another one of those gilts that would be the stouter featured one that we have in class. This one is extra big top, extra stout structured, like that gilt's boldness that she's got all the way through. The center part of her shoulder is probably the widest of this gilt, and that might not be generally an advantage. I'd like to see a little more width up high for as much as she has down low, but this gilt's feet and size of her foot doesn't necessarily match up with the extra width of structure and power that she's got. I'd like to see that one balance up a little better. Young man's black gilt's good and feminine and sound, just needs to be bulkier built. And as we go through this class, really good set of hogs, and this young man that's coming next has a really nice featured one. She just gets a little smaller statured, but a great class of crossbred gilts.
And here are the placings from Dark Cross Class 1. First place goes to Briley Williams. Second, Kason Bergen. Third, Cash McKimmey. Fourth, Haley Lawley. And fifth, Caleb Dano. Folks, we want to thank more of our sponsors. These are some of our gold sponsors: Mormon Showtech, the law office of David Chumley, Young Livestock, and Showflake Shavings. Thanks so much for sponsoring the show.
We got quite a few out here, and they're good pieces all the way through. I like this gilt right here that just needs to stand down on more substance of bone. She gets a little flatter rib. There's a young man here whose gilt just gets a little wide for me. Young lady's got a big, bulky one that just needs more balance. I like these hogs. Don't get me wrong. I think we got a really nice set. This has just been a really high-quality set of dark crosses. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause, and we'll rework the top few.
And now at this time, Dark Cross Class 3. Dark Cross Class 3, make your way to the show ring. And we would also like to thank the rest of our gold sponsors for the show. That would include Winter Livestock, McCormick Livestock, and Second to None Awards. Wanted to remind y'all that there will be a cornhole tournament taking place today at 2 o'clock. If you're interested in entering the cornhole tournament, you need to go see Amy over at her table in the Pig Jockey Club. And just like last night, ladies and gentlemen, tonight at 7 o'clock, there will be a free concert by the Chris Shackelford Band. That's a free concert tonight at 7 by the Chris Shackelford Band over at the Pig Jockey Club.
This class was considerably more challenging yet exciting to work through than the previous class, just in terms of the natural depth and the quality of the gilts that we had surfaced to the top of this particular drive. And these three are the kind that you kind of hope that come to the top on every class, just because I could watch these gilts travel the ring with the extra authority and the athleticism that they possess all day long. It's really a treat to see these gilts and work the way they do with these young ladies. The gilt that we're going to use is the young lady's gilt closest to me. This one's pretty darn special to me at this younger, youthful age that they have. She really works a big leg. She's got big square feet and toes. I like her curvature to her rib cage. She's fuller in her heart than the gilt that's going to go second today. She's cleaner in her flank than that gilt as well. Extra durable and dense in her muscle. Got a good wide skull to her. There's a lot of superlatives you could use on that gilt, and she's going to take advantage of most of them. I like that one a great deal. Young lady in the blue shirt will be second. This is a really trendy looking, up-headed female, good looking through her head and neck. I love the way she's built in her front 1/3. I love the way she utilizes her shoulder blade and gets out there with authority up through her front end. Got a good muscle shape, a feminine muscle shape to her top line as she works into her hip and her hind leg. That one just is a little dirtier underneath. We got to really be critical when we're comparing a couple of gilts with the quality that they have. I don't read her as deep in her heart. I don't read her as clean in her flank as the one that's going to win the class, but two really outstanding females. So that leaves you with this one. What do you do with her? She falls into third. This family probably came to the show with the intentions of winning the lighter weight class. This is a good female. There's a big leg in this one. She's square built. She's cool looking from the side, attractive as anything that we had in class. I really love the feature about her skull and muzzle. This one on top of her, though, just does not have or read with the extra width that we found in 1 and 2 today. She's a little flatter ribbed. She's a little flatter sided than those two gilts, but with time, who knows? Go home and feed that one. She could ultimately be one of those late maturing ones that goes on and kicks everybody else's rear end as a mature female. I like a lot of things about the belted gilt coming next. Front 2/3 especially, can't really put them together much better than that. Probably the highest quality underline of any gilt that we've seen in class. Just needs to handle those rear two better to be placed over those other ones. I really like that gilt. Needs to travel a little better on her line too. Got a muscular one coming next, chiseled through her head and neck, biggest shoulder blade of anything that we got in class, works down a big top line as well. She just doesn't read with the femininity and just that overall balance that some of the other gilts had, but I really like this female. Young lady did a great job showing. Another stout featured one coming next that's basic and built and wide through her lower body that just needs to be cleaner built and more flexible up through her top line. Get out and travel with some more authority, but a good gilt. And as we go, this has been an outstanding set of dark crosses. Give these kids a nice round of applause.
And here are the placings from Dark Cross Class 2. First in the class, Lauren Brasher. Second, Seela Salmons. Third, Jada Dent. Fourth, Ashlyn Summers. And fifth, Blakely Bottleberg. And we want to thank more of our sponsors. These are the silver sponsors. Already mentioned them once, but it's worth mentioning again. Cosmaker Family Genetics. And we've got Hoff-Schulte Genetics, Brockman Farms, Byers Farms, West Texas Genetics, and Champion Choice. Once again, thanks so much for sponsoring and contributing to this show.
We're going to send the rest of these females back. Good hogs all the way through the young lady on the far side. I like that gilt. I like the extra body shape you put in her. She just doesn't match up with their bone work underneath. And we got a couple gives and takes today. There's a young lady right here. I really like the presence of that hog. Just doesn't go with the flexibility behind it. She gets a little bit underneath her. Nice set. Give these kids a nice round of applause.
And Dark Cross Class 4, Dark Cross Class 4, make your way to the show ring.
And we've got one more sponsor we need to thank from the show. This will be our bronze sponsor, Flatland Show Pigs. Thanks so much for being a sponsor. This is a reminder that all breed champions, reserves, and sale gilts need to have their backdrop photo taken. And that means you need to go over to the backdrop that's being run by Powerful Designs, which is the official photographer for the show. You can be sure to visit the backdrop to have your photo taken, and ring candids and backdrops are for sale at their website, www.powerfuldesigns.com.
It's a really good class, a challenging class. We got quality that runs extremely deep, and we had 4 of them at least that I thought was in serious contention for this particular drive, and it would have been a fun class for maybe even a livestock judging team to come and elaborate on. There's some differences, and I'd certainly be willing and open for a discussion on several of these. As we get these 2 to surface to the top, there's quite a few differences in these 2, although I liked the base width that they possessed. I liked their ability to get around the ring with some fluidity, and they're not showing the same athleticism now that they were at the beginning of the class, but I can assure you I have full confidence in the way these guys get around. This one sacrifices some of that forerib that I've talked about all day long, and the guy's got to be concerned with leaving the trend that he started with, but at the same time, the other pieces are the kind of pieces that I would like to build around if I had a crossbred set. I like this one a good deal. I like her muscle shape. I like her levelness. I love that front end and the way she gets it up and has the angulation to her shoulder blade like she needs, chiseled up through her head and neck. That I believe, and I'm going to project a little bit for this particular gilt, that she's going to come with that rib shape that she needs as she continues to mature. I'm giving her the nod there. I like that one. She's going to win the class. Bulky, dense one coming next. I love the extra build and the muscle and the power she's got. This chest floor is what gave her the nod over the one that's coming in from 3rd place. I like the dense muscle pattern that she's got. I love the power she's built. Still in a feminine pattern. Good gilt. We worked her pretty hard. Congratulations, young lady, for bringing out an outstanding female that can get out and go. This one resembles our class winner from a design standpoint up through her head and neck. It was hard to separate those 2, but it was basically, do we separate on width and dimension? Do we separate on look? I chose dimension and got the other one in second, but this one's right there and she's running with them. I got that one coming right at me and leaving me, and I didn't read that same body width that we saw in the pair ahead of her. Compositionally, I don't read the same kind of muscle shape as we found in 1 and 2, but absolutely an outstanding gilt from the side. She's beautiful. I've seen this young lady show pigs before, and I know that they'll get that one right. Probably make a fool out of me and she'll go win a major. I hope she does. That's a really good gilt. I congratulate that young lady for having a nice hog. This young lady coming next probably has the stoutest featured one, and it was certainly hard for me to put something with this much extra shape and rib dimension and width of skeleton down in 4th. I love the way she's built right out of her shoulder blade and down her top. This one's natural mass just doesn't match up with the extra build that she's got on the top side of her skeleton. I'd like to see that one have more bone in relation to the muscle dimension she possesses. Young lady's gilt coming next is as fluid moving as anything that we got in the class. This is quite an athlete as she trends throughout the ring. Love her front end, love her extension. Again, she's kind of like the gilt ahead of her. She has more mass up high than she does down low. I'd like to see that one come and go on a bigger foot, have a little more bone work underneath her, but certainly a nice gilt to go 5th today. As we go through here, this was just a buzzsaw of a class with quality gilts as we stream through here. Could win a class as some of the other shows I judge. Just doesn't read with the balance that we found in a couple of the other ones in class. Love the look of this young lady's gilt. It's okay, you can keep driving her. Just needs to be more compositionally correct. Got some power coming next, need more rib shape, but a really nice set. Give them a nice round of applause, please.
And here are the placings for Dark Cross Class 3. In 1st, Cecily Oliver. 2nd, Jasper Kanzler. 3rd, Ashlyn Summers. 4th, Alexa Graham. And 5th, Alyssa Purcell. Don't forget that we've got a cornhole tournament coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon. And if you're interested in entering that cornhole tournament, you need to go over and talk to Amy over at her table in the Pig Jockey Club.
As these gilts continue to mature, we see some flaws start popping out of these guys, and there really isn't a whole lot getting back that we need to by the time their show career is finished. I love the colored gilt here that's just a little bit heavier in her condition. We got a young man that's going across the ring now that's got a superbly built gilt from the side that just needs some more bone work. Another really nice gilt that's attractive from the side that gets a little plainer in her top. This is a nice set, but I'm very confident in the 7 or 8 that we're going to drive back here again. So let's send these back and give them a nice round of applause.
At this time, Dark Cross Class 5. Dark Cross Class 5, start making your way to the show ring. Immediately after the Dark Cross show is completed, we're going to have a show for sale order for the top 10 crossbreds. That's immediately after the Dark Cross champion is selected. We will have a show for sale order for the top 10 crossbreds. And then after that, there will be the Grand Champion Drive, which will include all the purebred and crossbred champions.
these dark crosses, you know, they just keep rolling, and they're really good kind of quality hogs, and it's been true pleasure to be out here and sorting through these, especially when we can find gilts like the young lady in the green shirts driving. This one just hits me hard, built good, love her front end, love her design, love her fluidity. That's a good one. She's going to win this class. The young man on the far side, at least my right, is going to be second today. I think she balances up with our class winner as good as the other ones that we've had out here. You know, she's not the deepest in her heart, but when we compare it to the other one that's going to go third, I really like her range of motion off of her rear too. I like the way she gets out and goes with comfort and ease. She's a flexible one off of both ends of her skeleton with plenty of chest floor base width as well. That's a good kind of female to run second today. There's a powerfully constructed one that I originally thought this one would give the class intentions to win, and she still does. Good type. There's a bunch of product in this one. She up high, you gotta love the extra dimension and muscle. She's got the biggest pin set of anything that we have in this class. I'd like to see her just reach and flex off of her rear too. She continues to stay camped under. When she goes away from me from a side view, I'd like to see that one go with more range. I like the gilt coming next. This is a burly one, an aggressively married one that has been presented extremely well. She's got a good look to her, good rib shape and flow and bend to the bottom side of her belly. This one does have a better hind leg in her than the one that wins, or excuse me, the one that was third in class. I just don't think she's got the base width and the power that we found in the couple ahead of her, but a good kind of gilt that just finds herself right there in the middle for being generally a good balanced kind of female that's genuine in her muscle shape, good kind of pig. Like the power and stoutness of the young lady's black and white one in front of me. This is as wide as you can make them, yet, you know, she's going to sacrifice some range of motion when you are that stout. If she continues to hold together and she stays sound enough, that one's awful hard to get around, but she just tightens up off of both ends. I'd like to see that one just more flexible and looser hinged in her hip, and she could give these others a run for their money. Good gilt coming next, well balanced, good proportion, good looking up through her head and neck. She just runs a little narrower. I'd like to see that one more opened up in her base width off of both ends, but a really good kind of female. We go on through the rest of these dark crosses. They were good kind of hogs, absolutely competitive kind of females that just ran into a buzzsaw, a really high quality good gilt at the top of the class. Give them a nice round of applause.
And here are the placings from Dark Cross Class 4. In first place, Savannah Johnston. Second, Carson Cherry. Third, Landon Coriel. Fourth, Emery Kent. And 5, Haley Lawley. Folks, if you need any sort of supplies for today or any show supplies in general, be sure to check out the Sullivan Supply Trailer directly behind the show ring. We want to thank Sullivan Supplies for their Diamond Level sponsorship. We also want to thank our other Diamond Level sponsors. That would be S Squared Show Pigs, Linder's Show Feeds, and Preferred Ranch and Rodeo Equipment. Thanks so much for being such generous sponsors and donators to this show.
We've kept quite a few in this class as we're kind of rounding out the Dark Cross show, and we got 5 or 6 out here that I just believe that they have approached the end of their show career, and I like the hogs, especially the young lady in the white. That's a big extended female that is really attractive from the side. She's just getting a little big for me. Couple others, maybe we've held a little bit to get to this point and not be too heavy. Don't want to project what you guys have done at home too much, but bottom line is I got a lot of them that we've kept back in this last class of the day. We're going to go work them again. Please give these guys a nice round of applause. They brought some outstanding pigs out today.
All right, at this time, we need all first and second Dark Cross Gilts, all first and second Dark Cross Gilts from the first 4 classes, and the Dark Cross Sale Gilts to come to the show ring. That's all first and second Dark Cross Gilts and all Dark Cross Sale Gilts. Please make your way to the show ring. Make sure you take some time to go check out our vendors here at the show today. Those vendors are First Choice, Bunkhouse Divas, Rusty Pearl, and Second to None. And over at Second to None, they've got some really great custom wallets, really good functional design. Can be customized any way you want, so make sure you go check those out.
Yeah, we have an outstanding class, and I think several people have gathered around to watch the end of the show. You know, the culmination of some of these bigger guilds typically have a really good and satisfying ending. And when we study these through, plus a handful that we took back, it sure is fun. And these girls, I almost, man, I started thinking of my family and how we fit into this deal. And if I can just see my daughter drive like these girls do and my son down the road, I will be absolutely ecstatic, because I could just sit back and watch these girls push forward, work these gilts, cut the other gilts off, you know, do what they're supposed to do to try to win this class, and it's just been a true joy to watch these, and we took a little extra time. The Gilts allowed us to do that. They're not breaking down a little bit, so I commend you guys for that extra effort. Saying that, though, there is one that, I'm kind of trying to build behind, and that's the young lady in the black shirt. This one just surfaces to the top for me on a regular basis, and she continues to do that. That is one stylish front end. That's a great big leg. That's lots of structure with that one. A very, very good Gilt to surface to the top of this class. From there, it gets pretty challenging just because of the quality that we find in these Gilts in different parts and pieces. We got one that's more extended. We got one that's more flexible. I'm going to elect to use the more flexible Gilt today. This one just goes now, and she's starting to get tired, and that's really because this girl absolutely drove the wheels off them. If I could tell any of the young kids sitting around the ring, I'd say watch this one, because she was driving hard, she drove with authority, she knew she had a Gilt that could handle it, and gets to second because of that. Flexibility and levelness of hip is what allows me to place her over the Gilt that's going third today. Love the Gilt and the job the young lady in the center of the ring has done with this one. They're poised, they're confident, they're relaxed out in the middle of the ring. This one's beautiful up through her head and neck. As I said, she's taller at the point of her shoulder than the Gilt that goes directly in front of her. It's the hip that allows me to get her into third today. I'd like to see her level her out of that, but you get behind one, and one that reads as square as that one does, it's awful hard for me to put her in the third place hole. We'll get that Gilt out in fourth here. A fun Gilt to analyze, a fun Gilt to study. One that never really made a pen from the get-go. She might not have any ESTs that we found in the other Gilts, but she's got everything that balances together and comes together in a high-quality package. Underline, vulva development, those feminine characteristics that you want to see in the Gilt that, we're getting close to the end of her show career. You want to see that in a female that's going to go be a sow pretty soon. I love her build. I told the young lady, though, we got to drive that one. We got to drive her like we stole her. We got to get her out in that ring and go with some authority. Let me see the next gear that one has, and she might be able to play with those Gilts ahead of her. Just got to drive with a little more authority in that one. Good stout Gilt coming next. Great shape to the edge of her loin. Big pin set in this one. Comes a little flatter in her rib shape than a couple that we have above her. She doesn't balance up with the extra curvature to the lower body and the levelness of design that we saw in a couple Gilts, but this is a flat good one. A lot of shows I've judged in the past, she would surface to the top of any heavyweight crossbred Gilt drive. Love her flexibility, a good kind of female. I know this family's driven a long way to come here, and I respect and appreciate the resume they put together on the West Coast. I knew when I seen this Gilt we were going to be a competitive one. She just ran into a group of Gilts that I felt balanced up a little bit better. This one's a burly one. She's got a big round hip in her, round muscle shape, flexible. I just didn't see the balance come together. She might be a little stouter up high in relation to the limited amount of bone work that she has underneath her, but that's a beautifully presented Gilt. I commend the young lady for bringing out a really kind of high quality female. The man's Gilt coming next is basically a good production-oriented kind of female. You got to appreciate the extra durability she's got in her skeleton, big center body, looks like a breeding piece, just doesn't have the balance. Like to clean her up at the top of her pole and level her out in her hip. And we could go on, folks, all day long. We've got kids bringing out incredibly good Gilts, like the narrow-belted one, a bigger frame kind of Gilt. She's past her end point. The young lady sandy-colored one, love her side view profile, just gets soft for me today as we go. It's been a great set. Give them a nice round of applause.
And here are the placings from Dark Cross, Class 5. In first, Bryn Hannon. Second, Sela Salmons. Third, Haley Stone. Fourth, Bridges Alley. And fifth, Kaylee Lugman.
If you would, before we even start talking about these, join me in giving these young ladies a nice round of applause. I'm just tickled. Yeah, I'm absolutely amazed by the quality. You know, the Texas National is a new show, and I know that there was a lot of people that were energized and excited about what Tim had done to put this thing together, and it's been real. It's been good, and all the way through each one of these classes, we've had quality, and I certainly appreciate you families coming to this show and bringing out the gilts that you've done. This is a stellar set of dark cross gilts. Really, you know, when they come together, we got front ends put together like we like to see. We got angulation up through the shoulder blade and muscle shape. Got a rib cage in these gilts. They look like ladies, and they look like they got potential to go on and be good females and breeding pieces for somebody down the road. As that states, you know, it comes down to a couple of them for me. One that's just big and beefy, robust in her center body, and ultra attractive up through her head and neck, and got giant legs. Young lady in front of me, our champion dark cross today.
All Dark Cross sale gilts, that's all Dark Cross sale gilts. Please make your way to the show ring, please.
Well, I won't go back through and talk about all of these gilts. We've had a lot of fun doing that through the day, but it does come down to a couple of them. And that gilt that was second in the heavyweight class and the young lady in the green, ultimately, those two are in contention for reserve. You know, I told myself from the get-go that it was going to be really hard for me to not use the young lady in the green. I just love that one's build and general makeup. I love her athleticism and flexibility up front. Yeah, we got a stout powerhouse here that come in behind our champion overall. This is a good, stout, rugged one that's got a lot of muscle to match in and she can handle it well. It definitely comes down to those two. The young lady's gilt that just has that extra power through her center and lower ham. That's the ultimate driving factor. She'll be your reserve today. Give her a nice round of applause.
And that means that your dark cross champion is Bryn Hannon, and the reserve champion is Sela Salmons. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to get started on the Grand Champion Drive. We're first going to parade the reserve champions. The reserve AOB champion is exhibited by Kaylin Hicks. Reserve champion Berkshire is exhibited by Victoria Hayes. The reserve champion Chester White exhibited by Brooke Fort. Reserve champion Duroc exhibited by Lauren Brasher. Reserve champion Hampshire exhibited by Jolie Perry. Reserve champion Landrace Dancer Bailey. Reserve champion Spot exhibited by Sophia Lintford. Reserve champion Yorkshire exhibited by Cadence Funk. The reserve champion Black Cross exhibited by Jenna Melsness. The reserve champion Light Cross exhibited by Cecily Oliver. And the reserve champion Dark Cross exhibited by Sela Salmons. Let's have a big round of applause for all our reserve champions. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. All right, now it is time to bring out all the champions. And we will start with the champion AOB, exhibited by Ashlyn Summers. And now the champion Berkshire, exhibited by Brogan Lancaster. Champion Chester White, exhibited by Mason Forkner. Champion Duroc, exhibited by Bryn Fort. And the champion Hampshire, exhibited by Cash McCamey. Next is the champion Landrace, exhibited by Alyssa Purcell. And the champion Spot, exhibited by Taylon Luke. And, yeah, excuse me, that was my fault. Let's try that again. Exhibited by Talon Luke. Coffee hadn't kicked in yet for me. And now the champion Yorkshire, exhibited by Brazos Farr. And the champion Black Cross, exhibited by Lorelei Cessna. The champion Light Cross, exhibited by Brooke Fort. And the champion Dark Cross, exhibited by Bryn Hannon. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for all of these class champions.
I tell you what, one thing I know is I do not need coffee when you got as much energy as you guys on the mic, or excuse me, in the sound setting are putting forth, and you couple that with these kids that are out here just driving the wheels off of these pigs and showing a true positive energy in the effort that they're putting forth in their projects. This has just been surreal. It's been fun, and super excited to be here and very thankful for the opportunity. You know, before we get into breaking down any of these pigs and talking about what's out here in the ring, I think it's important to really talk about Tim Fort and the individuals that put this show on. As we stated yesterday, and kind of the situation and the culture that brings around us, for somebody to really rise above and say, hey, if there's going to be some major shows canceled, we still need an outlet for these families that have spent some money and put all this effort into these shows. We're going to put a show on in Wichita Falls, Texas, and we're going to make it as good as we possibly can. So thank you very much to Tim Fort. Thank you for everybody that's been involved, from just getting these pigs into the ring, from Darren and Rick, who has done the jobs that they've done, and Joya and Holly and Sage and Leanne in the back, and I know I'm going to start forgetting some people once I started naming some names. I've created some friendships with those people, and I really appreciate how hard they worked. We didn't have a moment in this entire time, even with breaking down a sale order, that there were challenges and getting pigs to the ring. So just running the show like these guys did today has been a lot of fun. And ultimately, you know, at the end of it, these guys that have ran the sound system has kept that energy up. So thanks again to everybody involved. Bring it back to these kids. It's been enlightening to watch their effort and their drive and their interest in this. You know, I don't have a whole lot of enlightening words and encouragement and how we're going to move forward with our lives, but you also don't need them. There's so many winners that are in this ring right now. There's so many winners that came and competed yet didn't get to this final drive like the 11 kids out here have. But I have so much respect for you and what you do and what your families do at home, and I encourage you to keep that up. So good work. Give these kids a nice round of applause. Fire up the music. Let's see these things drive for a little bit longer. I'm going to put the mic down and select your champion, reserve, and third overall. Again, thank you very much. It's been my pleasure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our final results. Here they are. Third place would be Brooke Fort with the champion Chester White. Sorry, she's down here twice. All right, let's try third place with the champion Light Cross. That would be Brooke Fort. Reserve Grand Champion exhibited the dark cross. That would be Seela Salmons. And we have our grand champion. She had the champion dark cross. That would be Bryn Hannon.